Good morning. Let me just try and get my mic to stay. How's it going? Okay, let me just get all my stuff together here. Okay, Twitch looks okay. Twitch is twitching. It's working. It's good. It's good. Okay. Okay, where were we? Okay, so yesterday I got a bit annoyed, to be honest with you. These flippin'... it just feels like, right? It feels like I've been doing UI for the last month. it's never ending. Hey, this guy. How's it going, man? Okay. But anyway, we have to get through this, right? This UI is going to be with me, I guess, forever. So let's figure out what we want to do today. Okay. So we have these exchangeable rooms, right? So I was going down the path of making it one of these partial classes that we can add, right? So that is, hey, you just chilled at home? Ooh, it's already Sunday afternoon for you, hey? Oh, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, man. I can feel your pain. Hey, guess what? We have a public holiday tomorrow, so no work for me. Well, I say that I have a lot of work to do, so I am probably still gonna have to work either today, and then I can chill a bit tomorrow, or I'm probably gonna procrastinate today, and then tomorrow is gonna be basically just a work day anyway. So, but that's just how it goes. It's my pleasure, man. It's my pleasure. I got you. Okay. So let's think about these rooms. So they should obviously be expandable, right? So if okay. So what do I mean by that? So the rooms are, to some extent, should be expandable in terms of I should be able to in the future add more rooms, right? Similar to how I am able to add more enemies. So I should think about this to make it at least easy to add more rooms. Right now, these rooms like the germ and the observation deck, these are things I think are going to be a mainstay. I might change my mind, but for now, I believe they are at least going to be here always. Now, there's a couple of ways we could do this. I'm thinking that 3 rooms are gonna be the number. So I can either build them nicely, right, and then just edit the information in the room. So I can build a nice looking room, and I could just grab like the background, I can grab the title, and I can grab the slot from the room, change the values based on a scriptable object, right? So in the future, the expandable or exchangeable room is basically just going to be a scriptable object, and it's going to hold things like the type of room, maybe the stat that the room is going to affect. It'll hold. Those are pretty much the 2 main things we needed to hold. So it's the type, a stat, the name, maybe a color if we want to dynamically change the background color, perhaps even a sprite if we want to change a picture of the background or something like that. So So what I should do, so what I can do then with that in mind is I don't actually need to create one of these for that to work. Right, that is not a requirement. I could continue working with my room slots as they are in the waiting room. Let's see, because they're gonna need, yeah, so we have a room type, a visual element, just some parent. We still need level prep UI just for referencing, and same with the waiting room. I don't think we actually use this at all, so we can probably get rid of this. We're going to need the slots and a dead character required. Right, and then based on the room type, the slot, I guess would do something different. Yeah, I need to figure that out. But I think I can go with that. I can just extend the room class. Or I can just use the room class for that matter, and then just create a new room. Because we already have everything here. I don't know why I'm trying to rebuild this. There's still going to be an apply room effects function, but this is pretty much what I needed to do, and it's already here, and it's what I've been using. So okay, let's go with that. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna abandon this, and I'm gonna build these the good old-fashioned way, and then just go get their references and things like that, like I did with the other rooms. Right? Is that perfect? Maybe not. But so I'm just gonna create 3 rooms, and they're gonna be basically there forever, and then all we can do is we can exchange the data for the room based on the type of room that we want. Okay, so let's try that. I should really try and split these things into different functions. Different files, perhaps. That might help a little bit. Right? So let's try and do that just to... Well, okay, let's make the new one in a new file. Right, so let's do that. Let's see how that's going to work for us. So we can still actually use this file, Exchangeable Room. We're just going to change what it is. Okay, so before we do that, let's just get rid of it from here, because it's gonna be. So we just delete it. Otherwise, as soon as I start fiddling with this script, it's gonna go berserk. Okay. So what if I just make this? I don't need to make it a partial class, right? That is not technically required. I'm just gonna expand room. Okay, this is interesting. Do I need to do waiting room? Okay, and do I need to do partial? Okay, so you can't just do a public class, declare, and it needs to be a partial class. Interesting. So I'm just learning things now. So it seems like you don't need the partial keyword here if you are making everything in the same file. Interesting. Okay, so let's start from scratch here, shall we? Okay, so exchangeable room constructor will need quite a few things actually. No argument given corresponds to the required parameter. Parent of the waiting room. Okay, let's see if it can auto-complete this for me. So we need an exchangeable room. Right, and it says I need to... Why can't you just fix it for me? Nah, don't do that. I'm sure this thing is able to... Yeah, show potential fixes. Ugh, it's struggling today. Hey, Christu. MoMA. Hey, you followed me because of the Osu videos. Cool, man. Yeah. Not doing those anymore, unfortunately. What the... Why are you... Like, I understand it has a problem, but why is it... Okay. So, we need a visual element. This is going to be the root. I believe we need a level prep UI. Right, that's just going to be the level prep UI. And then finally we need a waiting room, which is just going to be the waiting room. Right. Ah, jeez, this thing is now annoying. Why does it not know how to autocomplete any of this? Normally, okay. Okay, so there's a parent, right? Okay, we need this, I guess, as well for this thing to understand what it's trying to do. Okay, so let's just call this parent, not root. I thought it was the root, but it's actually just the parent. Good. Is that it? Okay. So this is our constructor. Okay, and it's going to assign them based on the base, which is our room. Right? Okay. Fantastic. Okay, I'm just going to leave this right here at the top. And I'm going to work below it. I think that's going to be a little bit cleaner. Okay, so what's some of the things that exchangeable rooms should have? So it already has a parent, a level prep UI, and a waiting room. Well, one of the things it should have is a slot. I wonder if we could add additional things to this. So what if I did a furniture SO equipment? If I did that, it would understand that I need to pass this in, right? So then I can do private furniture SO. And I can just set it to I should change the naming of this stuff. Equipment. Alright, this is our furniture SO. And okay. And then we can just do this dot furniture SO equals furniture SO. So that would grab this one, and that just grabs this one, right? So we set this furniture scriptable object, right? What would be the idea here? Why a furniture scriptable object? Start off with. Well, so my idea would be that this scriptable object is basically going to be the one determining what this room is actually doing. So when we create a room and we pass in a scriptable object for the type of furniture that it contains, that is actually what's going to be making it do the required stat change or whatever the case might be. Right? Okay, so what else do we need? Well, first we also need to set the fixed room type. So this is going to be an exchangeable room, so we are going to set a type for that as well. But it should at least have a type of the fixed room type. Okay, so let's see. We have a default next level observation deck. So this is technically not a good name for it. But anyway, this is going to be an exchangeable room, right? That's the type. So what that basically is going to mean for me is the function that the room is going to have will be dependent on the type of furniture in the room. Okay? And it also means I can change the room type. So if it is an exchangeable room, that means it'll have an exchangeable room type enum in it. And that would mean that I can change this room type in some way. Right? I'm not sure that this is going to mean anything to me, but okay, let's just check this. Characters in room. I don't think this is necessary. No. Let's take that out. Let's clean it up a bit, right? This is not a requirement anymore. Okay. Okay, so we got those three things. Okay. So we can say that we can actually set the type, right? So type is going to be type.exchangeable room, right? We can set that when we create in the constructor, and then that's sorted. Okay, and then the type of the actual room. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because we get the furniture. We know it's one of these types. That is spelled incorrectly. Exchangeable room. Now, if I don't need this, do I need this? So let's go check what am I actually doing with the furniture, right? So the furniture, where the hell did I get my furniture? Over here. So the furniture could have a type associated with it. They could also just have a stat name. You know what? Let's keep the type. Let's keep the type. And I can always use the type as a naming convention, right? Yeah. So we can always use this to name the rooms. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna need a private waiting room, exchangeable room type. Okay, and this would be technically it is the exchangeable room type. Okay, we'll just keep it like that. Okay. Okay, what else do we need? Okay, we need a connect elements function. Okay, we need to connect elements, and then I guess we need a new apply room effects. Right? Public. Is it void new? I never remember. Void new apply room. Was it public new void apply room? There we go. It figured it out. Okay, cool. So these are the two things we're going to need. So what are some of the elements that we're going to have? We'll have a slot, right? So private. Oh, geez. Private room slot. I'll just call it a slot. Okay, so the slot in the room. What else do we really need? I guess we need a reference to the name because we're going to change that. We have a reference to the parent, which is the background. So we can change the color and stuff like that if we wanted. Just trying to think about this. Should I have a furniture SO? You know what? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should create an exchangeable room SO. I put the furniture in there. And then whenever I create a new exchangeable room, all I need to input is that SO. Yeah, maybe that's the way I would do this. I think. Or we can add. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm going to take this out. Right. My idea is we'll still need this eventually, but my idea would be that we just create the rooms, right? They're just going to be empty rooms. And then later on, we would... Yeah, so we start off with just an empty room, right? And an empty room is going to have a certain appearance. But then later on, do I want to do it this way? Now I'm back to thinking maybe I should make this thing a visual element, maybe? I don't actually know. This is annoying. This is annoying. Why am I like this? Going back and forth. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to build a shop overlay and all that good stuff 3 times, which is not the end of the world. I could build it once and I could just copy it. I could even make it a template. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that instead. That is an easier way. I don't need to generate these things in code. Yeah. Okay. So some other things. So we have a parent, but what it'll also have, for instance, is a visual element, which is the shop overlay, right? So it'll have that. So it's gonna have a slot. No, this is a visual element shop overlay. Okay, we're gonna be coming back here a couple of times, I think, as we go. Well, actually, let's put the visual element stuff together, right? So these are my elements. This is my SO. Okay. So when we connect the elements, we need to connect both of these. We also need like a private. This is going to be a label. Room name, right? So we need a room name, we need the slot, we need a shop overlay, okay. What is the shop overlay gonna have? Yeah, because these are going to be the basic ones that we're going to see. This is like the base elements. And then the shop elements would be a different thing. So we have the shop overlay, which is the background. Right, then we'll also need something like a private button, which is the shop button, right? We'll also need private visual element. This is going to be an interesting one. We're going to need something like a holder of some kind. So we could do it with a drop down. Drop down menu or scroll view or something like that. How do I want that to do the thing? So that's just the background, that's just a shop button, but we might have to select in some way. Okay, so let's take out paint. Woo. Okay, let's see. What am I thinking? So we have, let's call this the shop overlay. Right, so inside the shop overlay, we will need to be able to select what room type we want to unlock. Right, so this is just unlocking a room. Okay, and then based on the room type you want to unlock, other things will change, right? So so we could just have a label that says select room to unlock, right? Just something like that, just so it tells us what we need to do, right? Select room to unlock. And then what I'm thinking is over here there should be some kind of a menu. right? So you select a room. And then, so what are these going to be? Select room to unlock. I guess this should just be like a bunch of visual elements, I suppose. Right, and this could be a scroll view of some kind. Okay, so that's a scroll view. This is just a visual element with a name. With a label, let's say. So you click on one of these to select the room you want to unlock, right? Okay. Then at the bottom here, we have a button. So after you've selected one, we can have a button that says unlock. Right, so this is just a button. And this just says unlock. Okay, well this visual element actually is going to be more than just those, just a visual element with a label. So let's just make sure we define this. So I think it's going to have a little icon for the price. Yeah, so we could split it up like this. So we have the icon for the price, and then we have like costs 100, right? We can also in here have a little, let's see, what else can we put here? Oh, we can put another icon that just represents the room. So that would be the room icon and then the room name. Okay. So this is just the room icon, room name, cost, something like that. So that just comes up in the scroll view. It tells us to select a room to unlock when it's empty. Once you've selected one and you click the unlock button, well, first of all, it'll only allow that if you have enough money, but once you click the unlock button, it'll get rid of the shop overlay. Right. Okay. Now, these visual elements inside of our shop overlay, I would like to be able to generate them dynamically, because they're going to be a pain in the ass. Right, if you think about it, if I have more types of rooms, if I want to add more rooms in the future, I just want this list to be longer, right? The rest of this is not going to change much, but this list should just become longer. Yeah. Okay, so we should make this as a custom element that we can just drag in and then later generate automatically. Yeah. That seems like a good idea. Okay, cool. So we got an idea. I don't know why that thing was... What? What is wrong here? I have no idea what this is. What? Must precede a member type and name, but this is the member type and this is the name. I want to create a room slot, cold slot. Oh, what is happening today? And the worst part is this thing doesn't understand. Room slot is a thing, right? I have it as a... Yeah. It is its own class, so... It just extends a slot, and a slot extends a visual element, so there shouldn't be any reason why this thing doesn't understand what I'm trying to do here. Private room slot. This is gonna... What the hell is happening here? I'm gonna lose my mind. Why is this thing so stupid now? Why is this a problem? If I wanted... Now this one is a problem. I don't think it's me. This has to be a bug, right? What? Like, not my bug. This is like a... Oh my word. Thank you. Okay. One of those. It's annoying that it actually puts the error on the line 22. Okay. Thanks, brah. Thanks. Okay, so we'll need a... Okay, so we need a shop overlay. This is what we were doing, right? So we have the shop overlay, which is just the background. Then we need a label. Which is just some kind of a label to tell you what to do. Well, we don't need to have a reference to that. No, we don't. We need a scroll view, and then inside the scroll view, we need to be able to put our visual element, our labels, our room labels. Okay, so but the button is the thing that we really need access to for now. And then obviously we're going to need access to the scroll view. Okay, so let's just add that. Don't be like that. Okay, so scroll view. Shop scroll view, I guess. What else do we need? The rest, we are gonna generate that. Okay, but we have... Okay. I think those are the basic things that we're gonna need. Okay, let's go to the UI builder and let's build the little shop so we can think about this. And then we should probably create a... okay, so let's just get rid of that. Okay, so inside the room, there's a room slot. Okay, that might be okay. What is this label doing here? Get out of here. Okay, so we have a room slot inside the room. It's awkwardly placed, but that's okay. We'll sort that out. There we go. Now we have a nice central room slot. That still looks weird, but it's whatever. Okay, let's just give this room a little bit of a background color, just so I can see what I'm working with here. Just make it, I don't know, a lightish color. Okay. Okay, so if that's the room, we need to overlay it. So like I do with the room slots, I overlay them with the shop view, right? So we just need to put on top of this thing a visual element. Well, no, not on top, but we need a visual element here inside. Not that inside, a little bit less inside. Right, something like that. It'll need to be placed absolutely, right, so that it goes on top. And then it'll need to be full sized, right? Yeah, so I think we just do this. Now it's stretched across the whole thing. And this we'll call the shop overlay. Okay, now inside the shop overlay, we need, what do we need? We need a button. So we actually need, okay, get rid of that. That's not what I wanted to put in there. So we have the shop overlay, then we need a label. A scroll view, and a button. Okay. So the label is just going to say something like select room to unlock. Okay, select room to unlock. The button is just going to say something like unlock. Okay. So let's just think about the way we want to position all these things. So if we give it some padding at the top, like, you know, let's just give it 10 padding all around. Okay, that's fine. We could even make this font a little bit smaller. Yeah, I should maybe use... Yeah, I should maybe use these same things. Okay, but anyway. Select room to unlock, unlock, and then in between there's a scroll view. Now, the scroll view is currently quite small. So if I made it grow, yeah, it'll be full size. Okay, and the shop overlay, we need it to have some kind of a background. Yeah, something like that, so you can't actually see anything inside. Because it would look strange. So select room to unlock with our scroll view. And a button. Now this button doesn't look good anymore. Let's just get rid of that. We can give it its own little... So let's see. Let's see. You know what? Let's leave it the same color. Let's just give it some... Okay. Okay, so we have select room to unlock, and let's just give the shop overlay a radius like 15. I think that's the same as the room itself. Yes. Okay, fantastic. So now we've got a shop overlay on top of the room. Now, if I tell this room... Okay, we'll work on that now, but this is pretty good for now. Okay, we don't need to care about the shop overlay. Okay, so we get the overlay, we need this and we need this. So this will just be the shop scroll view. Okay. And this would be the shop button. Okay. Okay, then when we connect the elements, we can obviously do shop overlay equals parent dot q, and we can get this is just going to be a visual element with the name shop overlay. Now we need to be careful here because shop overlay might be the same name as some other things this thing will have access to. Yep. Maybe we name this thing a little bit differently. So this is the room shop overlay. Right. Because I think my slots also, I just call it the shop overlay there as well. Okay, then we have our shop button. Yeah, and this I'm probably going to have the same problem unless I use the shop overlay and I look for the button in there. Yeah, then that's not a problem. Shop button. Okay, and then finally we need our shop scroll view, which is just equal to shop overlay scroll view, and I think I just called it shop scroll view because I don't need to be funny about it, right? So now we get reference to all these things as soon as we do connect elements, because we have a parent. The parent would be the room itself, and it is a visual element, so we are going to have to stick that in there. Yeah, it's going to be like room 1, room 2, room 3. Okay, but that's fine. And then inside of that, we can get all the other things that we want. Okay, so that's just for connecting elements, which is kind of like a start function that I'll need to run in some way. Now inside of the shop overlay, we need to add the visual elements that we're going to need for seeing what type of room we have. Okay, so what I think we should do there is we should create a element. Right, so we create a C# script here. And we call it these names. Just gonna call it the exchangeable room shop element. I guess that's a long name, but at least it's descriptive, right? Okay, so it's gonna do the same kind of thing that our what did this? The runes, I think. But the rune element did the same kind of thing, right? So we need this at least. Okay, and we're gonna name it the same thing. This will extend visual element. It's going to be a public partial class that extends a visual element. And we're going to have a public exchangeable. Okay. Okay, so let's see, what is this thing gonna have? It's gonna have an icon, right? So inside of this thing, do we need access to all of these? I guess. Okay. But before we go there, gotta go use the restroom. Maybe I should just grab the rest of my coffee as well. Yeah, why not? Okay, be right back. I have returned. So what do we want to do here? So we have our exchangeable room, a shop element, right? So it's going to have an icon of some sort. Right, so it's going to probably be private. Oh, jeez. Visual element. Just call it the icon. Okay. Then it's going to have a private label, I guess. Whoopsie. Label. Name. Let's give it a room name. Okay. What else is it gonna have? Private cost. This would also be a label. Coin cost. I guess it's going to have a coin. I don't need access to that, though. The coin, visual element. I don't think I need that. Not sure. Anyway. Okay, so something like that. We should also add to class list. We should probably have a class here. Let's just call it the exchangeable room shop element class, right? So we should at least have something like that. Okay, so now our icon is going to be just new. We just need a new icon. Whoopsie. New. Room name. New. Coin cost. New. Okay, so those three things we just need. And then we just add them. So we add the icon first, right? I think so. Icon. Then we add the room name. Then we add not the coin cost. So we'll need a... well, actually, wait. Where do we put the coin cost? Do we put it at the front or the back? At the front. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna keep that going. Yeah. So we need a visual element, which is the coin icon. And then we just add the coin icon. Well, can we just say new? Okay, we can't reference the coin icon past this. That is bad, actually. Yeah. Let's just put that back there. This is kind of annoying because the coin icon should be a default thing. Okay. These are basically all the things I need. And then I guess we just have something like a public void. Whoopsie. void connect SO. Right, so basically just to update the information so we can create a visual element, but then we need to change all the backgrounds and stuff like that, right? Okay, so first of all, yeah, so this is going to be exchangeable room shop element connect SO. Okay. We also need to register a callback at some point when we hover over. Well, yeah, we're going to have to do all the hovering as well, right? But the first thing is just going to be when you click on it. So we need to connect to a scriptable object of some kind. So I think it's time we have a exchangeable room scriptable object made, right? Yeah. So let's just create the folder. Exchangeable room. Okay, and then we can go to our scripts and just add that. So create new scripting a scriptable object X able room SO. There we go. Okay, and we're going to need one of these for each type of room that we can have. Pretty much. Okay, let's open up the script. So, here we go. So, first of all, we're going to need a waiting room dot exchangeable room type. Alright, that's going to be one of the first things we need to set. Okay, call it public. And then we're just going to need public sprite, which is just going to be, I guess, the sprite. The type. Okay, so we need a icon, a name, a cost, coin cost. All right, we can set that there. We can give it a color, I guess. Right, if we want to make them look a little bit fancy, we can give them a color. Okay, but the exchangeable room type is essentially going to be the name as well, right? So that's okay. So let's just start with this, so I can stick everything in there. Okay, so then what we need here is an exchangeable near. Oh, come on. Exchangeable room SO. I just call it the SO, honestly, because this name is getting ridiculous, right? Okay, so then what we can do is let's see. So our icon, we can do icon dot style dot background image equals so dot sprite dot texture, right? Then the room name, which is a label, so room name dot text equals string dot format. Okay, so what we want... Okay, wait a minute. Something like... Oh, come on. Yes, that's what we want. And what we need here is so dot exchangeable room type dot toString dot replace. Okay, so the old character we want to replace are underscores, and we replace them with a space. Right. Okay, so that will be the name. So we're just going to take the room type, convert it to a string, and our room types will always have underscores to delimitate the two words if they have two words, and we're going to replace those with a space. Okay, so that's it. And then the coin cost dot text, I guess we can just do so dot coin cost toString, right? It's just a number, and that should be it, right? Okay, now this icon though, the coin icon, I don't know if I should set it, like, I don't want to set it here because that would mean that I would need to put an icon into the scriptable object for the coin, but I kind of just want to hard code that. Because now every single scriptable object that I'm going to make I should be able to get a sprite. Yeah, actually. How does that work again? How to... Okay, so I want to get sprite using path unity. Okay, something like this, right? Resources load, I saw it. Resources.load, type sprite. And then I just need to get the path. Okay, let's try that. So, in theory, if I did public sprite, and I call it the coin icon, and I set that equal to resources, right? I don't know how this works. So what's it? Resources dot load. Okay. Type sprite. Okay, then we just need to give the path as a string. Okay, so if I go into Unity, I believe I can get... so let's see. So this specific sprite. I mean, this is not the one I want to use in the future, but we can copy the path, paste it in there. That is allowed. Okay, I'm just testing this. This would be kind of cool if this works. The way I think it's going to work. Wait, what's happening here? So that should mean that it should default load that sprite this, when I create a scriptable object. So let's see. So if I go to my exchangeable room scriptable objects and I create a scriptable object called exchangeable room. And you know, what is one of the first ones that I want to add already? Okay, I see there's a problem there. So what would this one be? The smithy. Okay, so the room the icon thing, I didn't get it. Okay, let's just check something. So technically, it says I should do it on enable. Right, so there's an on enable that I can do here, and I can do coin icon equals this. Right, I'm just testing some stuff here. So I could leave it like that, and I could even do if coin icon is equal to null, we try and load this. So my idea is the following. You could set a coin icon, right? If you wanted, you could do it. But if you didn't, it'll just load this default icon instead. Okay, and I can change this in the future. Obviously, this is just some random texture that I have in my folder for some reason. It came with some package or something that I installed. Yeah, but this type of thing I think is good, because then I don't have to... I can hard code a default coin icon, or I can drag one in if I want it to be special. I could also do this with the... Yeah, I could also do this, I guess, with the styles as well. Yeah, I could do that with the style. Okay, but anyway. So we get our scriptable object, and we can have all our icons. Okay, then we can also do our coin icon, I guess, dot style dot background image, not sprite, but coin icon. Okay, so we can set all that stuff if we really want to. Okay. I could also do this using, yeah, the USS, maybe that's... Okay, so let's just copy this. Okay, so in our level prep UI, we need to add a selector called Exchangeable Room Shop Element. And actually, it needs to be in small e. Okay, so now we have a selector. Now technically this shop element should exist, so I could drag it into the shop if I wanted. Let's go see. So exchangeable room shop element. So this is my shop, right? So if I take it and I put it in the scroll view, boom, there it is. Now, yeah, so it doesn't have anything in there, but I should be able to see at least, yeah, visual elements, labels. Okay, so one of the first things we need to do is just change the way it aligns itself, so it's like that, right? Because I want these elements, yeah, to be next to each other like that. Okay. Now, yeah, I should also give them sizes, I guess. Now, this is normally way simpler to do. Okay, let's think about this. So maybe we don't do this. Could we do a load? Ah, jeez. I'm gonna have to add styles for each of these, I guess. So what I could do is just at least do this. Room name dot text equals empty room. So we can at least see something. So then we can do coin cost dot text equals, 250. The coin icon and the room icon, I won't have those available to me. Okay, but that should at least make it so that I can see something when I go back there. I should be able to see the labels. Yeah, empty room 250. So let's just go here and change the sizing of this stuff. Okay, so the first thing. Okay. Yeah, something like a 16 should be okay. Okay, so there should be a... Okay, it's not so bad. Okay, let's try and create one of these. So let's just make the smithy for now. So we can go sprite. The smithy would have, I don't know. Let's give him the dumbbell, coin cost 250. Color, yeah, I mean, we can give it some color. It's a red. Bright red, right, just for now. And then the coin icon, I can keep that blank, right? It should be able to figure it out. Okay. So now we have that. And now, we're not going to call this elements. Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of problems, so we need to think about... Okay, so we have our exchangeable room shop element, right? This was actually required for this room itself, because when we connect all these things, we also want to have a new... Okay, so let's think about this. So our exchangeable room, which is a partial class of our waiting room, there's a furniture SO, and that's fine, but we also need a private this is the exchangeable room SO. Okay. So the exchangeable room SO should have You know what? This thing should have a reference to its... No. 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 Okay, yeah, so we get a furniture SO and a room SO somehow. It's a bit interesting. I don't really know how we're going to get those. So we can just reference them from the waiting room. I guess. So I guess we could give the room a furniture SO. Yeah. That way, we only have to pass in inside of our waiting room. Let's see. So we need a public list of exchangeable room SO. Something like that. Let's just make it a small exchangeable room SO list. Right, and we basically have to go through this list, and for each type we find, we have to do something with it, right? Okay, so let's see. Inside of our Unity, let's go just populate that list quickly. Okay, I don't really like doing it this way, to be honest. I normally like... I mean, it's fine, but what I like more is maybe to have a scriptable object that is a list of scriptable objects itself. So I can just put that once in here and forget about it. And then when I create, so normally what I do is I put that scriptable object in here as well, and then as I create more, I can just add them to that and it will automatically be added everywhere it needs to be added. Now, in this case, it's not going to be used everywhere, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah, that's normally how I would approach it. Okay, but anyway, now we have, in this, we have our first scriptable object, which is a smithy. We could, maybe we just have 3 smithies, for instance, so we can test and see what happens if you have multiple. Now, what I'm guessing is it should create 3. For now, I just need 3 of these visual elements created. Okay, so let's get there. Okay, so we have our list like that. So in our exchangeable room, I don't even know if we need this necessarily. Okay, we don't need this for the shop. We need to remember that I am both doing a shop in here, and the shop just needs a list of these things. Yeah. So what we kind of have to do when we connect the elements is we have to do a for each. So we're going to go waiting room dot exchangeable no, we want to do exchangeable room SO in waiting room dot exchangeable room SO list. Yeah, so we want to go through this, and for each room type that exists, we want to create. So let's think about this. So we want to create a exchangeable room. No. exchangeable. We want to make a shop element. Right, so we want to create a new shop element. Let's just call it a shop element. Okay, then we want to do shop element dot connect SO, and we want to give it the room SO, right? So we create a shop element, we connect the room SO, and then we want to add, well, no, we want to do shop scroll view dot add the shop element for each shop. So I think this could work somehow. Maybe. Yeah, there's probably multiple layers deep now. But okay, so let's see. So this is the base thing that we need to do. Now we just need to go back and make sure we actually are able to connect this. So shop overlay, we will get that with the parent. So we still need to create this exchangeable room. Right, let's just do a Control-Shift save. So we need to go into the waiting room and down here somewhere and start waiting room. So we have the root element. We need to effectively create our waiting room. So what we'll need is, I don't know if this needs to be public. Yeah, it should. So we can do public. This is going to be a exchangeable room. Well, we can go exchangeable room 1, for instance, right? So we have that, but now we need to connect it. So we can do exchangeable room 1 equals, well, new. Okay, what do we need? So we kind of need the visual element. Okay, so let's just copy all this in here. Okay, so from root, we need a visual element, and I think I just call it room 1, to be honest with you. But I probably should go change that, right? So it's going to be exchangeable room 1. So we connect it, we give it the level prep UI, and all the other good stuff it needs. So let's just take this name. So we're going to connect it like that. Yeah, because it is just a room type. Okay. So it's going to be this name here. Exchangeable room 1. Okay, so that's what it's going to go get. And it's going to try and connect, right? So when it connects to that, so after it connected, right, so after it connected with all the stuff it needs, it'll change the type and it will get the exchangeable room type. Well, it will just send it to empty initially. Okay, then connect elements. When do I normally run this, actually? Okay, I do it like that. So I would need to do exchangeable room 1 dot connect elements. Okay, right after I initialize this. Hey, Princess Ashley, how's it going? Yeah, it took me like 5 minutes to notice that message. Sorry about that. How are you doing? Okay, but we have our exchangeable room. We connect the elements. Okay, and that should be okay because right now, all it needs to do is it needs to go into the parent, which I gave it, find the room shop overlay, and then inside of that, find the shop button and the shop scroll view. Let me just make sure I did this correctly. Yeah, no, it's room shop overlay. Yeah, just because the room slot might have the same thing. Okay, but we find the room shop overlay, and then inside that, We need to find the shop scroll view and the shop button. Okay. That should work, and they should connect. And then, yeah. And then we go through this list of room SOs, and we create new shop elements. Then we connect the room SO. So creating new ones, we just add a thing with all this information, and then connect the SO, which will just update the information to the correct stuff. I mean, I think this is gonna work. I mean, this got a bit complicated somewhere in between here, but anyway, let's see what happens. It got a little bit complicated. I'm not gonna lie. Things got a little bit complicated. Tiny bit. Tiniest amount. We already got a... Okay. Let's just go next screen. Okay, so it failed. Okay, let's stop. Let's get rid of this line. So that's the coin icon. I think it will work. Okay, so that basically means this other thing that I did doesn't work. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to open the Smithy SO and just add an actual icon. And then that should be fine. Oh, I also didn't add a furniture, so... Well, technically we don't have that yet, so let's just not worry about it at the moment. Okay, so now we got most of the information. This, you know what, let's just give it a chair. And try again. Okay, at least no errors. Next. Okay, that's good. Okay, so obviously we have a couple of issues. Oh, you know what the issue is? So I made the background for these things the icons. But since it's a background, it doesn't have a size. Yeah. Okay. So we need to give the icons a size at least so that they appear here. Okay, let's stop. Okay, so effectively what I think we're going to do is we're going to have to make the room shop elements. We're going to have to give it a icon and stuff like that. So why is this there? It should be there. Set as active. Okay, so let's go. So we need a... Actually, what are these coins doing? These coins. They're getting... Hey! Yeah, so this coin, its background is obviously set. The height, and so the size is also set by what though? Does it coin icon. Okay. So what if I just did coin icon dot add to class list coin icon? Right, that might already fix my problem. Okay, and we can also do room or icon dot add to class list room icon. Let's call it the room shop icon. And there we go. So that one now shows. There's a couple of problems still. I can actually delete this. This is the yeah, room shop icon. Okay, good. So that at least works. So if I want to, I can come here and I can change the size and all that good stuff. Okay, so let's go to our element itself. Okay, so the size of the text is 16. So let's just center some of this stuff. Okay, let's see. Oh, what is this thing doing? Okay, let's try and center things here. If I center it like that, not exactly what I want. I want to center it like this. Okay, that's better. What does this do? Spaces it out. It's not too bad. Yeah, let's just put it all to the side, I guess. Maybe we put two labels here and we do space them out like that. Yeah, I might do that. Okay. So that icon is a little bit big. I guess that's because the size of the text is not 24. Yeah, now it's kind of the correct size for the icon. But the rest is not going to fit. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so the room shop icon, let's just give it some texture. 2D. So we'll give it a... just something basic. Wow. Why do I have so many things there now? Normally there's nothing here. Oh, it's because it's a texture. Sprite. And I need to give it a size, so 24 by 24. Yeah, then you can actually see the icon. Okay, so make it like 30 by 30, why not? Okay, something like that. Let's change the icon to be something... Well, actually, what happens if I change the color here? What does that do? I see. Okay, so it gives the icon a little bit of a background color. Okay, maybe that's not so bad. Let's give it a small radius as well. Yeah, actually, maybe we should make the whole shop element have a bit of a background color. Okay. I kind of also think I want to make 2 visual elements here. Okay, so we have an icon and the room name. Okay, so that's all okay. So let's just call this visual. Come on. Visual elements name holder equals new, and then a visual element cost holder. Okay, we create new ones, and then we say add name holder. And we add the cost holder, and then the icon we do name holder dot add and name holder dot add, and then here we do cost holder dot add, and we do cost holder dot add. Okay, and we also want to style this, so name holder dot style dot flex direction. I think I want that to be equal to a flex direction dot left to right, so row. Right? Yeah. And then we do this, the cost holder in the same way. Can I do cost holder dot row reverse? There we go. Okay, let's see how that looks. So it's just going to create 2 elements and then push things to the side. Okay, let's just see how that looks. So if we... Hello? Save. Need to save. Then it will recompile. Show me what you got. Better be good. Okay. So yeah, so it's got 2 visual elements. So now if I take this thing and I tell it to orientate itself like, which way? Like this. Yeah, I think that looks better overall. Maybe. I want to put the coin on the other side. So let's just go fix that. Oh, it's because I have it reversed, right? Yeah. It's because I reversed it. What else can we do? So I want nameholder.style. Let's see. I want to change the align items to be center. Align items. Is that how that works? I want to do the same for the cost holder. Compiling. Okay, so the coin should now flip around and be aligned terribly. Hey. That's not aligned. What is this thing doing? Yeah, this is why we need... Now we need classes so I can edit it in here. Okay, you know what? Let's get rid of all this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do nameholder dot add to class list, and we're going to call it the room shop name holder. And then the cost holder, we're going to do the same thing. And I'm not happy about this because it feels like I'm adding way too many of these, but I don't know. This is kind of the best way I know to actually make the things look the way I want them to look. Because they just kind of don't listen to me otherwise. But, okay, so... let's save this, make sure it compiled. Okay, yep, it compiled, I believe. Okay, so we go zoop, and we add a selector. And we go copy. Add a selector. There we go. Unknown substance. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Okay, let's check. So room shop name holder and room shop cost holder. Okay, so let's just check. Okay, so something broke here. Our shop element now has nothing in it. How did that happen? How did that happen? Ah, thanks for the subscription as well, eh? I appreciate that. Now, what the hell did I just do? So we have the name and the shop holder. Oh, I removed the add. Oh, my word. Add. Name holder. Add. Cost holder. Okay. Oops. Okay, so we add them to a class list, then we add them to the actual shop element, and then we add everything inside. Okay, so once it finishes compiling, I should be able to see everything again. And I can. Okay, great. Now what we can do is we can just grab it, change the flex direction like that, and like that. Oh. Cool, man. Yeah, create some more accounts. Push up my follow account. Well, thanks, eh? Okay, I need to reverse the flex for this one if I want that to show up correctly. And now I should be able to properly center these things so it looks less stupid. There we go. Okay, so that's kind of the idea I had, right? So you look at this thing, you're like, okay, there's the icon for the room name, and then the cost, right? So you can click on it to select it, and then you can click unlock. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to flip and edit the styles inside of the C# script. It's just way easier to do it here because you can visualize it as you go. Maybe if you're super familiar with how all this stuff works, you can do it from the other side, but I can't. Okay, but this now if we run the game, we should see 3 more appear with the icon, name, price, all that good stuff. Let's see. No errors. That's a good start. Ah, there we go. So we got a smithy. Okay, now I can already see this looks terrible. Let's see if I can change the style. I don't think I can. I think if I start fiddling with this, it's gonna break, isn't it? So if I put like a 2 pixel padding on top and the bottom, and I go back to the game view, yeah, it doesn't really update. You must exit. Yep. That's what I thought. Okay, wait. The padding does what? Okay, that might not be what I want. I think I want a margin to put a space in between these things. Also, actually, you know what I should do? Okay, let's put a margin of 2 all around. And then I should maybe add way more of these shop or rooms so that I can see this thing extend. I just want to see what the scroll view does. The scroll views, they all look shit. But anyway, let's just see if it works at least. I can figure out how to make them look better at a different time. So we just need to go to this thing and just add. Oops. I just want to add like a bunch more. There we go. So now if I play, it should pick up that there are now a bunch more extra rooms. Or room types, right? That's not actually a room. It's just a type of room. There we go. Okay. That's good. So now I need to make it register a callback when you click on it. I should maybe also change the color or something so it's obvious that you clicked on it. And then I should make the unlock button actually replace or remove the shop view and place the actual room. Okay. But as far as the layout goes, it's not too bad. Good. Good. Okay. Seems like I have to go use the restroom again. So I'll see you guys in a minute or 2. And then we can start making the buttons and stuff work. Be right back. I have returned. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so callbacks, buttons, selections, all this good stuff. So let's think about how we want to do this, right? So in a room, so this is technically a exchangeable room, right? So the exchangeable room should have, so let's go to our exchangeable room. So I think our exchangeable room should have something like a private, what is this going to be called? I guess well, actually, what if we just did exchangeable room type? Okay, so here's my idea. What if we just had a function here that's just a private change room type, and the idea would be that we do exchangeable room type. We set it to something, right? Equals something. Okay, let's think about how we do this. So we change room type, which effectively we don't even maybe need this. But okay, so this is what I'm thinking, is we make each of these shop elements, right? Okay, so we create a new shop element. We add it to our scroll view. And then what we should actually do is do shop element register callback. Right? And it's going to be a pointer down event initially. All right? And what I wanted to call when you click it is this. A event. So let's just say we call the change room type. Okay, so that's what happens when you click on it, right? So we register and it calls this change room type. But what it should probably do is connect this with maybe a room SO. Yeah, okay, so let's copy and paste a bit because I can't spell or something. I don't know what's wrong with me. So we pass in the room SO as well. So then this thing, when we change the room type, it can also take, you know what? And this is going to be so good because now what this allows us to do. So remember, we have a shop overlay and beneath that we have a room, right? So as soon as you click this, it'll change the room underneath. Right, to whatever the room type is. But it won't apply this. So it won't stay that way until you actually click the shop button as well. Right, so clicking through this, it'll change the room type every single time. Or should it do that? It should be able to figure out which room type you've selected. Now, I kind of like it. I kind of like it this way. So we change the room type, and all that really means is as you click through this, we do the following. We make our, we change, exchangeable room type. We set that equal to the room so.exchangeable room type, and our room so actually let's do this dot room so. We set those two things, right? So every time you click on one of these elements, we are actually changing the underlying room. However, we only once you click the button, so all of those buttons become available, right? And only once you do the shop button, so we can do shop button dot register callback, and we want a pointer down event at least. And what do we want to do with this shop button? I guess we do a private void by, or let's just call it unlock selected room. Right? Something like that. Unlock selected room. And this will also take a pointer down event. Now, funny thing is, so what will this do? So this will actually okay, let's just do unlock selected room. Okay. So unlock selected room. Now we need to do a couple of checks here, but the idea would be that one of the things that it'll do shop overlay dot style dot display equals display style dot none. Right, so one of the things this unlock selected room button does is it actually gets rid of your shop overlay. Right, so that's important. Then I would say that it also creates your room slot. Right, so it does room slot. No, it's just called slot, sorry. So it creates a slot for your room. It'll set the name and stuff like that as well. So room name dot text will be equal to room so dot well, no, actually this would just be equal to the room type dot to string. Let's just leave it like that, right? We probably need to do more, but well, actually, right, we just need to do this. Yeah, toString replace all that nice stuff. Okay, so our room name will change, our slot will change. Now our slot also has a dot connect. What does the slot actually have? I can't remember. Room slot. So we create it. That's fine. It'll just kind of create itself. We need to add slot data. Okay. Okay, I see. So we do add slot data, and what do we need here? So we need a room type. So this is gonna be waiting room, fixed room type. It's an exchangeable room, and then the furniture SO we'll just get it from over here. Now, but we need to set that. So I guess we set that over here. Well, let's do. Well, yeah, no, we can just do furniture SO equals room SO dot furniture, right? We have the room SO, so we can just set the furniture. Now, I don't actually know if we needed to do this. Maybe we don't even need this, actually. If we just get rid of that, and instead of doing furniture like that, we just do room SO dot furniture, right? Something like that. So we create the new slot for the room. We add all the data to the room slot, and then We change the name. I'm just thinking. So we have the slot. We have a name. That's as soon as you click the select. Okay. We also just need to put a guard clause here. Something like if I guess if this thing is still equal to empty. Alright, that's basically our guard clause. So we start off as it being empty, but we cannot unlock the selected button if it is empty. Then we need a debug.log, something like please select a room type. Right, something like that. So, okay, so we have this register callback. So every time, for every single type of room SO, for every type of room SO, every time you click one of these, it'll change. So we can do this just to visualize this, because we won't actually be able to see anything, right? We can do just something like room changed. Okay, so we just change the room every time we click on one of the elements. So they'll register a callback, room changed. We should also maybe do something about the element itself, maybe. Like change the color of the element or something like that. I wonder how... yeah, you know what we should do? We should have a private list of, not list view, just list. Come on, man. List of exchangeable room shop elements. It's like, let's just call this the shop elements. Right, and then we should add those when we create this. Shop elements. What is the problem here? No, I didn't want it to be a list view. My word. It's just a list. And now that doesn't work because I need the generic stuff, right? Yeah, systems. No. Just using system dot collections dot generic. Okay. So we get a list of our shop elements, and what we basically want to do here is shop elements dot add shop element. Okay. Just so we can see it, right? And now what we want to do is when you click it, you also want to I want to send the shop element itself. Maybe I do. Because I want to change the element when I click it. So would that look something like this? Well, exchangeable room shop element. I'm actually wondering now. So if I did that, right, and then I just do okay, so each time you click on these, we do a for each. Okay, this thing is not. Oh, yes, that's right. You can't do 3 things, I remember now. So you do a room SO, and that's kind of it. Okay. So when you click on it, I don't know what the event actually gives you. EVT. Can it give me the thing that was clicked? Click count, command key, control. What's current target do? The current target of the event, this is the visual element in the propagation path for which the event handlers are currently being executed. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect, actually. So what we can then do is we can do a for each. We can do something like this. Exchangeable. Shop element. Shop element in shop elements. So we can just go through all of them. And we do something basic like just reset the style. So each time you click, how exactly do I want to reset the style? Do we just scale it? So we need to be careful here. So if we do shop element dot style, we'll try something dot scale equals, what do I need to give for scale? I think it's a vector. Equals 1. No, I think it's a new vector 2 1 1, right? And then we can do let's just do evt dot event dot current target dot style doesn't current target does not return Okay, so let's do visual element this element equals that. Okay, so this doesn't work. So this thing doesn't return this essentially. So dot we could wait. So the shop element itself does have an SO connected to it potentially. So we could do public, for that matter, exchangeable room SO. And then once we connect them, we could say room SO equals SO. Alright, then we just pass in, instead of that, we just, because we connected anyway, we just pass in the shop element itself. And yeah, so we create a new, so the event, we just pass the elements. And then over here, we get that, and then we can do this dot room SO would be shop element dot room SO. Okay, we can do that. So we first set our room SO to the shop element room SO, and then we can do this. And then here, okay, now we have our shop element itself, so we can go through the list of shop elements, change the style, and then we can do, no, we do this for those. And then after that, we do the shop element itself, and let's say we make it 1.2, so we make it 20% larger. I don't know if this is going to work. It might be a bit weird. But the idea would be is when you click on this thing, it obviously registers the callback for the pointer down event, calls room type, gives it the element that was just clicked. This element knows which room it's connected to, so we can just pass through that information to the room. So essentially, by clicking that element, we tell the room that we are currently in, yo, you need to become this room eventually, potentially. And if we click something else, we'll actually change that to the thing that we clicked, the something else. And then I want to do a bit of scaling so it's obvious which one we've selected. Scaling might be bad. We might have to do colors instead, potentially. But for now, I'm just scaling them. And then eventually, if we click the selected room button, it will do, and this is, it'll do, well, it will first check if our exchangeable room type is still empty. That means we never selected a room, so it'll give me an error and just break out. Otherwise, it'll change the, it'll get rid of the shop overlay, create a slot, add the slot data based on the room SO, and then change the name of the room. Okay. That seems pretty good. Pretty good. Shall we give it a go? Okay, another thing I think I want to do is let's go in here and let's create the other 2 exchangeable rooms, right? There will be 3 of them in total. Okay, so we want to do 3 connections like this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and we're going to call them number 2, number 3. 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay, so this is just duplicating that, so we have 3 of those rooms. Okay, we need to just need to go rename them as soon as this thing's finished with the compiling. I'm thirsty. Okay, finished compiling. Fantastic. Yeah, so let's just rename these other 2 rooms so that they are also the type of exchangeable room, but they are obviously number 2 and number 3. Okay, but now we have 3 of them. Wait. Oh wait, these are not, okay, wait, sorry. I need to get rid of those, and I actually need to, wait, no man, what am I doing? Okay, I need to get rid of the room slot. I just need to add a shop overlay. Okay, this is not how I was supposed to do this. But technically that's all they need. Well, not quite, hey, not quite. Yeah, we haven't actually. now that I think about it. We don't actually have a name for the room. So let's just see what I do here. So we have our shop overlay and all that good stuff. But over here, when I want to change this slot, so I create a new slot, room name.text. So I change that, but I don't actually add a room name. I also don't add a slot. So let's add. No. Let's just add the. No, man. Slot. Why is it doing that? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, this is not correct. Sorry. Sorry, we can't just do that. Unless we have the parent, which we do, so we can do that instead. So, okay, we create a new slot there. We didn't create a new room name. So room name new. Okay, then we do parent.add room name. And we do parent. Now we can either add or we can get a reference. I haven't decided. Maybe I'm going to get a reference instead. But for now, let's just add the room name and the slot to the parent. See what that looks like. Shall we? Yeah. I think the shop itself, yeah, I get those the good old-fashioned way. But the other ones, I can add them. Why not? It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be something. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so we got all our shop elements. Let's click go. No, what am I saying? Cannot insert element as its own child. What does that mean? That's weird. Why did it do that? I wanted to do shop scroll view. Why did this line come in here? That doesn't make sense that I put that there. Was I thinking about something else? So the shop elements. What did I want to do here? It doesn't make any sense that that's there. So we create a shop element. We connect the room SO. We add it to the scroll view and we register a callback. Right? The shop element itself adds the appropriate classes. So yeah, that's a funny one. I wonder where that came from. I don't remember putting that in there. Oh, you know what this is? This is the list. Shop elements. Yeah. Shop elements dot add shop element. That's right. I did want that, but it should have been the list. That's it. Okay. Mystery solved. Let's try again. Play. No more errors, please. Okay, I should also create a few more rooms because I'm just going to have a bunch of smithies. Okay, we got a new problem. But I didn't create a new... Ah, for crying out loud. This is like some of the stupidest mistakes I'm making here. Okay, shop elements. New. I need to create the list before I can add things to the list. For crying out loud. See how many other dumb things I've done. No errors. That's good. Next level. Let's see. Ah, look at that. Look at all the smithies that have been added. Okay, so let's test. If I click unlock on this one, it doesn't do anything. Ah. You don't register a callback on a shop button, guys. Come on, man. You know better than this. You do a shop button dot collect, and then you do a plus equal unlock selected room. For crying out loud. Obviously. You don't need this either. Or this, actually. I actually don't know why the register callback doesn't work, to be honest with you. It is still a type of visual element, isn't it? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's its own thing. But anyway, now this should work. So now we listen to that event and we run this function. I guess I could just use visual elements everywhere and not have buttons. But buttons do have some other niceties that make them good to work with. Niceties that I don't use most often, but anyway, maybe one day. Okay, so if I click this button, it's going to please select a room type. Ah, okay, sorry about that. If I click Smithy, okay. So this is terrible in terms of selection, right? Because it just like literally makes the thing look dumb. But anyway, you can definitely see which one you selected, right? There's no two ways about it. Now if I click unlock, there we go. Smithy with some other nonsense here. Now if I click unlock here, it works. Sort of. Update coin count. Why did that not work? Let's go to the update coin count. Not sure exactly what happened here. Yeah, so we unlocked and it just didn't work so lekker. Okay, there's something wrong there, so we can unlock another smithy. Okay, this one looks better. Why? It also didn't give me an error. Oh, no. It just says that I don't have enough coin. Okay, we'll figure this out. But at least it's kind of working, right? We're getting there. So the 3 buildings are unlocked now. Okay. Okay, so unfortunately though, okay, they kind of look like, they look a little bit terrible. I wonder if it's because I get all the... Maybe I should have this thing in here from the start. Yeah, you know what? I think that is the case. So basically what I think is happening... yeah, so the room slots... If you look at the waiting room... Yeah, I think pretty much what I need to do is I need to add... Where the hell is the waiting room? Yeah, I need to do this. The slot... I need to add the slot basically immediately. So you need to connect the slot, make sure all the information is set, and add it to slots in room. Oh, and then this one. Yeah. Okay, yes, I see. This is basically what I need. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Add slot data. Type. I don't know if I need to do this. This I could do, but later perhaps. I believe. I don't need to add the slot data immediately. Yeah. But I do need to register the callbacks. So what that means is I need to have the slot existing in the room prior to... And that also probably means the same... Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to add to this thing then our... Not a visual element, a label. Which is just the name. Well... We could add a visual element. Let's add one. Right, and then inside that visual element, we can add another visual element and a label. Okay, something like that. Okay, and we just need to make sure... Okay, we'll do all the alignments and things like that in a minute. Okay, but this one's just over top. Let's hide this one for a minute. Okay, so let's just hide it like that. So let's think about this. So this visual element, I want the things inside of it to be like that. What are you doing? Okay, wait a minute. What the hell am I seeing here? Like, okay, there's the visual element. Why does it put the stuff... What the hell? What is happening here? Why would it push it off to the side like that? You there. What are you up to? Unset everything. Right? Okay, let's try this again. So you... Okay, I want you to align things like that. Visual element label. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this is essentially the heading. Right, and inside the heading we have the icon. Icon holder. A name, right? So the name is what's going to be like the smithy. Okay. And this is our icon holder. Now our icon holder, we actually don't want it to grow. We just want it to be a set height. Let's make it 50 by 50, right? Something like that. So that's our icon holder. Our name, we can actually make it so that these things are centered. Something like this. Yeah, our icon will change out. We could actually make this like a, I don't know, 65 by 65, a little bit bigger. Right, we can make the heading, make these things aligned center. This label, you are not centered. I can see that you are not centered. For some reason. I don't know why they do this. Maybe it's a text thing. Oh, maybe it's this. Actually, I'm pretty sure it is that. Okay, but anyway, so we'll put an icon there and we'll have the name. So that's inside of our heading. And then additionally, we want a room slot. No, just like here. Okay, so our room slot looks like that for some dumb reason. Whoopsie. We can just call it the room slot. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. Why does it look like shit? So it's got the basic elements, but there's some things that are now being weird. Let's see if we can make it look any better. So I think the width, that just changes this. That's not a bad thing to change, actually. We can make it like 80% the width of the thing. The height, yeah, I think the height should be... So it's a bit weird that this thing is stretching out like that. You there. So let's make you a percentage, and it's going to be like 33%. Right. And if I make this one a percentage, which is 33, and this one a percentage, which is 33, that means they should roughly be the same size always. Okay. But now we have a room slot. So let's justify the content to the top, which is not really doing okay, but there's a... Why are you not going to the top? Okay, now it's at the top. Okay, let's say I want this thing to be auto, and I want it to grow. There we go. Okay, and let's make it so that all these things are centered. Okay. That doesn't look too bad. Right? I think I can live with that. So that's what the smithy is going to look like. So now we have a room slot. We have a heading. Inside the heading, we have an icon and a name. And our room slot is just what it is. Okay. I'm actually going to get rid of these other two for now. We'll just work with this one. Okay, so it just grew to the whole thing. Okay, 0.33. Okay, that's okay. So now it'll grow, but it'll only grow till it's like a third of the whole thing. And shrinking, no shrinking, or 0.33 shrinking. Maybe that is what we want. Okay. Okay, so okay, so let's go see. Okay, so in our waiting room, we obviously create these, but let's just do this. Whoops. Okay, let's just do that. Let's just not create them. Okay, so exchangeable room 1, we do that and we connect elements. Okay. Okay, so we connect elements. Now, when we connect elements, I think we should connect our room name, etc. We should also have a private visual element room icon. I think that'll be good. Okay, so for our room name, so room name equals parent. Okay, Q. This would be a label. And I think I just call it name, to be honest, but well, you know what? Maybe we should just go check something. Okay. So it's inside of heading, and then inside heading, it's just called name. So maybe we go heading and then name, just in case. Yeah. So what if we did dot Q type visual element, and we look for heading and then name, okay, and then room icon. We kind of do the same thing, right? But instead of a label, we get another, and this would be icon holder. Okay, so we get the room icon and the room name. Okay, which means we don't have to add them over here. We also don't need to create a new one. We can just change the text in room name. Okay, then the slot. Okay, so the slot, we need to do a couple of things. So slot equals parent. We just want the room slot. I think I just called it the room slot, didn't I? Yep. Room slot. Okay, and that's the first thing we need to do with the slot. We can now go check in the waiting room what else we typically do with the slot. Okay, so we changed the room type. We don't need to do that, but we do need to do these two things. So let's just go here. Okay, so we need to add the slot to the slots in room, and then for each, well, we can think about this, right? We don't need to add it to slots in room because we don't need slots in room. We also don't need to go through the slots in room. We could just get rid of this stuff because we only have one slot. So we can just do register slot clicked, and that's it, right? As far as I'm aware. So when we do register slot clicked with the level prep UI, I think this was the problem I had, because this gives this thing, it does all this stuff. It also gives it a level prep UI, so that later when you click the shop button, it can actually do things based on the level prep UI. Yeah. So that was the main problem. We didn't register the slot clicked event, but now we will, because the slot is there and we register it. Now, in terms of the slot, okay, we don't have to add the slot. We don't have to create a new slot. We do have to add the slot data depending on the room that we selected eventually, right? So we can just go to add slot data, just make sure nothing here. So all it needs is a room type, and it needs a furniture. So Rack Shack, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that. Okay, but so we get this, and we can change the type. We could set the furniture SO. We set the level to 0. We change the style of the background and all that good stuff. Okay, that's good. When is add slot data called? Is it always called from outside? Yes, it is. Okay, that's good. That's good. Can you get a brief intro? Well, let's see. I think I should be able to show you the game without it breaking too badly right now. Let's just let it compile. So it's a party-based, I don't know if that's a word though. Survival, it's a survivor roguelike type game. But the main difference is you don't have a single character that you play with. You play with a team of characters. You swap between them, so only one character at a time can go and do stuff like fight the wave, try to survive. While he's doing that, and that's kind of what I'm busy building now, while he's fighting the wave, all the other guys need to be doing something, right? So I'm trying to build out this waiting room area where they could either be, you know, in the gym doing some cardio, or on the observation deck watching the fight, or they might have died, so they're in the revive station, right? So that kind of thing. And the idea would be that this waiting room is a critical part of, you know, the scaling of the characters. So you actually need to have them do other things while somebody fights. So somebody needs to fight and clear the wave. That is a thing that needs to happen. But if your other team members are just loafing about, they're not going to keep up in power, and you won't be able to actually then finish the game, you know, or beat the game. So it's a kind of a balancing act in that regard. You can obviously also swap out characters, etc. I want to make death a big part of the game, just because you have a bunch of characters, right? So normally in a roguelike survivor, if you die, you die, right? That's the end. But in this game, since you have a party, there's no need for the game to end. So maybe death is a much more real part of the game. But one of the rooms that you get is a revive station. So you can always come back, right? That character can be revived if you don't wipe your whole party. So that's kind of the idea. Also, you're playing as birds, so the whole party is comprised of birds, and all the enemies are lizards, frogs, you know, kind of reptiles and things like that. So, okay, so this is just the basic party. This is all the characters I have currently. So I have a chicken knight, a owl wizard, a robin ranger, and a duck ninja. right? The ducks obviously needs to be a ninja. Okay, so something's not like... Okay, wait. Ah, damn it, I forgot to put the... Damn, okay. I didn't put that back on. But anyway, so I'm trying to build out this room thing with a shop. Okay, this works. Wow. Okay, but half the plan is you will unlock things for these rooms. So there you can see I built a treadmill, got a bit of a weight, hospital bed and a chair. And now I can do stuff with my characters. So, as an example, I might be like, yeah, no, this owl is just going to straight up go into the gym, run on the treadmill. What the treadmill currently does is it increases your movement speed. So if you have a particularly slow character, that's not a bad place to start them. The chicken, let's put him on the observation deck. So the observation deck currently is the only place where these guys in the waiting room can gain experience, right? So normally the guy fighting gains experience, right? That makes sense. The other guys, if they sit in the observation deck and watch the fight, they can also gain experience, provided the guy fighting is a higher level than they are. Okay? The observation deck also is good for healing, so that's also where they kind of just chill and rest. So that's the other idea. Let's put this guy in the weight section, why not, of the gym. We obviously still have a bunch of stuff to do here. We can't put anybody in the revive station because nobody's dead. I might make it so the revive station is also able to heal characters, so that it's not just for reviving dead characters, but it's maybe a more powerful healing effect as well. Because you don't heal in the fight unless you have lifesteal. So we can play the game actually, and it's working, which is amazing. I had my doubts. So these are the little lizards. So the fighting is also a little bit different. So you actually are running around aiming. She is shooting herself, so you don't have to like click a button to do that. If there's something in front of her, she'll shoot at it. You just need to aim. I forgot to pick up the item. Well, that's unfortunate. So you can see now, as I was fighting, my Robin was leveling up. So now I get a choice of level ups. Obviously, I got 4 skill points because I gained 4 levels. Nothing is balanced, so just ignore the amount of levels that I just gained. Maybe I shouldn't gain that many, but who knows? But yeah, so you can see now she leveled up a bit, so we can select some stuff here. There's also a bit of rarity, so the chicken was very useful right now. And you can see the chicken also gained experience because he was sitting and watching, right? So let's give him attack speed and more attack speed, why not? Okay, the other two have not really done anything except for the stat increase that occurred because they were in the gym. Right, we can go next level. Now we can keep the things as they are, or we can say, you know what, I got some money, so let's open up the shop. And let's unlock, I don't know, a second chair. And let's put the duck in the chair. Right, so now this waits. Okay, you can also, if you look at this, you can upgrade these sections. So I can upgrade my gym a couple of times here. So now I have a level 3 cardio section. I don't have all the nice pictures yet, so some of these are just like random symbols and things that I had lying around. But now, the owl is going to gain a tremendous amount of movement speed. But let's just go fight with the Robin again. Because she's currently broken in that I gave her a massive amount of luck. Which means she's basically guaranteed to get an item drop every time she kills a totem. I like the way these the coins pop out of these guys when you kill them. That's pretty satisfying. That's a new thing I added, by the way. That's why it's still very satisfying to me. Another item. Yeah, let's just go farm some items. Oh, these aren't items, they are runes. No! Okay, so now you can see the duck also gained a couple of levels because he was now also in the observation deck. Okay, so let's see what items that we get. Now, I currently have to still balance a lot of things, right? So the game is incredibly unbalanced. Go figure. But the idea would be that you get these super powerful runes, but they have massive drawbacks. And the way you counteract the drawback is by spending time upgrading your characters in the gym or something like that, right? Well, that's at least the idea. I'm not sure exactly how to balance any of this, but that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? Yeah, so we can now, for instance, put this bird in the gym. Actually, let's take the duck for a spin. Okay, these two runes, obviously, again, still working on the art. What does this one do? Featherflux Seal, passive strength, wisdom. So that's not bad, but then the damage minus 50 and armor minus 100 is very bad. It basically makes your character useless, right? So your character is incapable of fighting, which is kind of unfortunate, right? So my idea around this item was something like, okay, you give him this item, but then he's kind of useless in a fight, so you kind of just have to keep him in like on the observation deck or something like that. Now, and the idea would be that the passive strength. So passive is the idea with the passive is since we have 4 characters, they each have a unique passive that buffs the rest of the party, or it's something like a buff for the rest of the party. So you could literally have a game where you have, let's say, 4 ducks and 1 wizard. 3 ducks and 1 wizard, right? Or 3 ninjas and 1 wizard, right? And the idea would be that your wizard is your carry, so you're just basically going to take the wizard out and fight. And the ducks are just going to kind of sit in a chair and provide the passive benefits that they do. And I'm not saying that's a good idea, but it is an idea. And that's kind of what I envision this item to be used for. It's like when you have a character that you're definitely not going to use, but you can increase the passive strength by, 3-fold, which means you don't actually need them to do anything. They provide enough of a benefit just by being here, right? So you can imagine like there's a lot of things that you can do like this, but each of these systems become they're difficult to implement, they're difficult to balance, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to balance half of this stuff in the end, but I'm sure I will figure it out. Okay, so I think these guys should drop 2 coins, right? Yeah. The frogs drop 2 coins. The lizards drop 1. And there's a small chance they drop more than 1, depending on your scavenging level, right? So the higher your scavenging is, the higher the odds of them dropping a ton of coins. Yeah, that's kind of it. So I'm just trying to make it so that... So what I'm currently working on is expanding this. So the gym, the revive station, and the observation deck, these 3 buildings are always set. You can't get rid of them. They are there. You can obviously choose how much you want to invest in them. You don't have to upgrade them to whatever extent. But they are always there, right? And then over here, maybe I'll extend it over to this side, but there will be 3 or 4 buildings that are more unique. So like the smithy I have over here. It's currently broken, right? Yeah, it's broken. I didn't do it correct. But something like a smithy or a lab or whatever the case might be, but they will have very specific effects. The smithy could be something that increases your damage, right? For all characters that have physical weapons, they'll get a damage increase. Then, like, the lab could be somewhere that you go for, let's say, well, if you look at like something like the Robin, right? She drops a little poison bomb when she does her backflip. So I could say that, you know, if you put her in the lab, it'll actually increase her passive, not her passive, her spell damage, or, you know, the amount of damage her poison does in that sense. You know, and you can imagine that you can come up with 20 such rooms. Yeah. Let's fight with the wizard a little bit. Let's see what he's doing. He's probably super buff. He's very fast, yeah. He's going to be a fast wizard. Very slow attack still. And that's the other thing. Like, you could add a room that increases your attack speed. Right? Burn. Fastest wizard in the world. It's like, it's kind of weird being this quick. But yeah, that building was probably a bit overpowered. Most things are currently unbalanced, right? So it's okay. Meow. Very good, very good. Ye got a ton of levels. Okay. So that's it. I hope that gives you an idea. I also forgot to re-enable this shop overlay because I disabled it just so I could see what I'm doing. So let's enable the shop overlay again. Oh. So I want this to be at the bottom. There we go. Okay, let's just test this. I kind of forgot to test that. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Do appreciate that. Okay, look at that. Okay, cool. So we can now have this instead. So we can select a room to unlock. Okay, obviously I need to add more room types, but it works. This little scroll wheel and all that stuff works. So if I click on a smithy and I click unlock, there we go. We have a smithy with a room slot that is now locked. Do I like that idea? Okay, and currently it's just using the chair. I mean, it's okay. It's not perfect, but, you know, whatever. I guess we can go with it. Yeah, and look, it works. So it is spending coins. The unlock didn't spend anything. Now, we could make it so that now the unlock should spend money. Right? Definitely. I think so. The building of the room, so to speak. And then even... yeah, if you think about this in terms of reality, you have to build a building and then buy the furniture. So you can spend money twice. That's fine. Okay, so I can do that. I could obviously make it so that you get a level 1 chair immediately. Actually, what happens if I put somebody in the smithy now? Okay, so it works, but you can put them in there, but I don't think they'll actually do anything. I still need to code that part. But I can put them in there. Hey, you're an audio engineer. Nice. You want to ask if I use Wise, I guess. Sound is a different thing altogether. Like, I think if there's one element of the game that I haven't actually paid a lot of attention to, it's sound. It's a little bit daunting, right? Like, I don't even know where to start to do it properly. So all I do, I mean, I can tell you what I did, but you're not going to be super impressed, I don't think. So all I've done is I have, back in the day when I started the project, okay, WYs or F mod. Yeah, no, I'm not AAA. That's kind of the problem. No, so all I do, I got audio assets that I'm using. So I bought a bunch of sound packs or sound effects and stuff like that way back when I started this. So, like, yeah, I just have this everything bundle. You know, if I want a wood sound or wood impact sound or a whatever sound, I just go through that and I get what I think sounds good. And then I just code it into... Well, I drop it into my scriptable object. Then I have a sound manager over here that just knows how to play all the different sounds. Nothing special, right? This is, I think on this side of the thing, this is kind of how you have to do it. So actually playing the sound is just what it is. You can't really do much about that. I think, like I said, I'm not the expert. But that's like the way I handle it. Also, another way I do it sometimes is I might put a audio source on a character. I think I did that. Where did I do this? I remember doing this. Oh, no, it's not an audio source. Yeah, no, sorry. I generate audio sources, right? So it's an audio source is just an object that you generate at a point in the world and you give it a clip to play. No, so that's what I do. And that's what most of this stuff does. I think that's just a Unity thing. That's how you do it in Unity. So yeah, that's unfortunately how it works now. And then where I get the sounds is I literally just got a massive library that I go listen to, and then I pick one that I like. I might edit it a little bit. I think I've done some editing once, and I used Audacity. Like I am a beginner game dev, and I'm even more of a beginner when it comes to sound. Be honest with you, sound is maybe one of those things that I might even just outsource one day. Cool, man. Thanks. Yeah, like I said, I might have to outsource some of the sound stuff, especially the sound effects. I don't think that. Obviously, it could make a difference, but they mostly are okay. The real thing I'm looking into proper outsourcing is like the music, right? There's a different word, but anyway, the music, because I feel like that needs to be good, and I have no idea even where to start. Hey, Mr. Human Limits. Hey, you got your save system working. Very good. Very good. I'm happy for you. It's good news. Yeah, my Yeah. Yeah, no, the background music is definitely important, I think. Like, if you just go to Steam, how many of these indie games have, like, oh man, what do you call that? But you can buy the game, but then they also have listed the audio for the game. There's a word for it that I can't remember now. Who knows? I do have music, so some of those audio packs do come with like background music, and I think if I go into my main menu, you'll hear it. One of the tracks that I have, but it's it's just some generic thing that I got somewhere. I don't think that's gonna be the track I'm sticking with. Also part of my idea is maybe just to use what I have. Oh, the music's not playing. Why? The music manager is switched off. There we go. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, now you get to build your party. Like, I want 2 robins, 3 robins. So yeah, maybe the idea would be to use generic stuff as far as possible, or stuff that I get in like cheap packs or something. Launch the game, early access. I don't know. Make $1 million, hire somebody to do proper soundtrack. But I'm very optimistic at that point. It's like I'm making a few very optimistic assumptions about how the game development cycle is going to go. Let's just switch this back on. Okay, so this is working. So now we just kind of need to expand upon this, right? Let's get the other rooms working, because oh wait, I need to spend money first. So yeah, buying the room didn't actually spend my money. So I need to do that. And then I need to expand. But before I do that, I need to go use the restroom again. I am... Okay. Let's do this. And I'll see you guys in a minute. I'm back. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, well, what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, so we need to get this thing to actually check if you have enough money and then spend the money. That's an important part. Right, how the hell did I do that for the other ones? Let's just make sure. Let's go see. So, for the room slots. Oh, damn. Okay, room slots. Let's see. You don't have enough coin for that. So, we basically just did this check here. We did a check something like this. So, let's just copy that into our... Okay, so we first need to check that we've selected a room type. And then we need to say if our coin count is less than our, I guess, the room SO. Room SO dot coin cost. And that's just a number. It's not dependent on level. Right, so if it's less than the coin cost, we just say you don't have enough coin. You don't have the coin for that. Return. Okay, so that's the first thing we do. And then if you do have the coin for that, when we unlock this thing, we actually need to take our coin manager dot instance dot spend remove coins, and the amount of coins we want to remove will be the room SO dot coin cost. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to do. Did we also do something about updating it? So I think the level prep SO has a function called update coin count. So I think we need to do that also. We should have the level prep UI dot update coin count, right? Just run that. So when you click the unlock selected room button, we need to check if you actually have a room selected. If we don't, we cancel. Then we need to check if we have enough money. If we do, we continue and we set everything up and we spend the money. Okay. Good. I also don't exactly like what I do here. Let's see what happens if I do this. So if I just scale it in the one direction, not the other. I don't know which way this is going to scale. Because I want it maybe to stretch like this, but not like this. I'm not sure which axis is which here. Actually, I might be sure. I think actually I want to scale it in the Y. Right, up, down, that's Y. Left, right, that's X. Yeah, so let's do that. Okay, so that was very straightforward. So now we can check if we have enough coins and we can spend the coins. Okay, let's go check it out. So initially it won't work because we are poor. But let's just see what happens. Okay, so the shop, okay, I know it stretches it up and down, I see. Okay, but unlock, you don't have the coin for that. Okay, fine. Close the shop. Closing the shop should actually close this as well, so we should think about that. Let's get ourselves a robin. Let's just go farm a little bit. Give me your money. Okay, I have enough cash now. Now, unfortunately, okay, so this thing is just always showing. Okay. I guess that's not too bad, actually. Okay, we unlock a chair. Now we have a chair in the smithy. Which doesn't make any sense, but at least it is working and we did lose our money. Perfect. Okay, that was very easy. Now we just need to add more building types. And then I need to requisition a ton of UI elements and icons and stuff like that. Okay, but this is just working now. So what I think we can do, first of all, let's just get rid of that placeholder thing. If I take this and I just do this. Okay. So that works. And now all we need to do is just make more of these rooms. Right, so we can have 3 rooms. Give them separate names. Okay. So that's okay. Let's go to our scriptable objects. Not that one, that's just the script. Okay, essentially this is what we want, right? So let's make a few more. So we have a smithy, we have a lab. So let's just rename this one to lab. Okay, then we have a yoga studio, I guess. I might change that name. And then we have a massage clinic. Massage clinic. Yeah. Okay, and we change the name to massage clinic. Okay. So those are the 4 we have currently. They don't do anything though. So yeah, that's kind of a thing, but it's okay. So we got a yoga clinic. It shouldn't be a yoga. It shouldn't just be a yoga, right? It should be a yoga studio. I think that's what they call it, right? Where do I keep these? Yeah, this is where they are. So it's either nothing, a smithy, a lab, a yoga underscore studio. Oh, wait. When I rename things, I need to do it like this. Yoga studio. Just so it's definitely going to rename it everywhere. Massage clinic. I don't know what that does yet. I don't know what most of these do, to be honest with you. But that's kind of the idea. I guess the idea could be that a room could in the future have multiple items inside of it that buff the room's effect. Yeah, that's why I have a room, and then inside the room I have an item or a slot. But you could also have other things in the room that improves the room's effect. But we don't have those yet, so we'll not worry about that just now. Okay, but at least we have the 4. So let's just go add those to our list here. Okay, so we want to get rid of most of these, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's do lab, massage clinic, and yoga studio. Okay, so now we have the 4. Okay, now each of these are currently a bit broken because they use the same icons. They also use the same type of furniture, which is unfortunate. Yeah, and they're the same color. So I do need to figure out. We can change the colors, I guess. Okay, make the lab pink. Make the massage clinic green. Make the yoga studio flippin' some bluish color. Right. What would that change? Maybe we change the background actually. Yeah, so these elements, we can change the background image. Okay, let's see. So when we create the element, we obviously connect an SO, but we could also do style.background color equals SO.color. Right? We can just do that. Now there'll be different colors at least, which is not bad. I wonder if we could, over here, instead of doing this, can we do element.style.background tint color? If I tint it white, what does that do? Actually, I think white does nothing, right? Now that I think about it. I need to tint it gray and then tint it back to white. No, other way around. This one should be white because white's nothing. This one should be gray. I don't know if this will do anything for me. We'll see. Okay. But at least we know the background color for the element itself should be the color of the different room type, the room colors, right? So let's just see what that looks like. If it looks any good. In the future, I might have a proper background image, not just, yeah, I might expand on these rooms, make them look very good. But for now, they're just going to be what they are. And that is a block, that is a different color. Okay, next. Okay, cool. Alright, so this one worked. These two did not. Oh, I didn't initialize them, that's right. Okay, but you can see now the smithy is red. Okay, the tint is not doing anything. Okay, that's fine. I think it's because it's an image tint and these things don't have images. That's why that doesn't work. Okay, but I mean, that is something. It looks horrible. But it is something, right? We need to initialize these two as well, so let's just do that. So I think I just commented it out, the initialization. Yeah. There we go. Now they should also work. And I guess what we could do, so once we unlock the button, I guess we could just make the room parent.style.background color. We could just set that equal to our room so.color, which is going to be horrible, but it's fine. Okay, this is not doing anything, but I guess that's because the, you know what? Let's just change the background color to white. And then when you click on it, the background color is equal to the shop element dot room so dot color. Let's see what that does. So when you click on it, it goes a little bit bigger. Let's just scale it slightly and we change the color. Let's see what that looks like, right? So we set them all to just white. Oh, is white a good color? Maybe gray. Maybe I just get a proper color, but let's make it gray. Just thinking because the text is white. Yeah. We could also do elements. The font. Yeah, actually. If we just set color. Color dot white. I don't know what this is going to look like. And then over here we can say, since it's the room color. Well, we can try it. So let's do shop element dot style dot color dot color equals, come on, color dot black maybe. I'm just trying a bunch of stuff. We'll see if it looks any good. It probably won't. But at least I'm gaining insight into how it works. Even if what I'm doing is terrible, I'm gaining insight into how everything works, right? That's how I'm gonna go about this. Okay, so let's see. No errors. That's always a good thing. Ah, there we go. Okay, so they all look terrible. Okay. That's not a bad effect, right? I just should not make them start out as some funky color. Okay. I am not... Oh, that's the other element that I just hide. I should remove that then. Okay, but the idea is sound, I guess. It's very obvious which one you've selected, right? Based on the color changes. So we could keep it that way. We could keep the colors. And it looks like the text color is also working the way I anticipated. Well, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. I like that. I do like that. Okay, cool. So let's just close the shop. Let's go get some more money. And see if we can't get these things to work for me. Give me all your cash. This is a mugging. I'm mugging these lizards for their money. Nobody said I was the hero of the story, eh? I need 250 at least. If I don't have 250, you guys gonna have some problems. Okay, I got 250 at least. That's fine. Okay, cool. So if I now select the lab and I click unlock, boom, we have a pink lab. Nice. And if I open the shop, I should also be able to buy the furniture. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, so it's working. And if I close the shop, I should be able to put somebody in the lab. But the lab currently does nothing, right? So that's the next thing we need to go figure out. How do we make the lab do a thing? Also, why is there a little... Wait. How do I zoom? Why is there a little pink line at the bottom of the border there? Okay, let's see if we can quickly make these things do something. Now, I don't have the correct furniture. So first I need to create the furniture for this. Okay. Let's go to the furniture. So let's create a new... So we just need 4 furniture types. And this is going to be specifically furniture. So this is like the lab bench. Well, I don't know what to call it, right? The lab bench. Let's just duplicate these. The smith, the anvil, the yoga mat, I guess, and then finally, wait, what was the other one? Oh, the massage bed. Okay, so those are our... So our lab bench... Now, okay, we need sprites and stuff like that, so... For the different levels... Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the full different levels and costs and stuff like that. Okay, so let's think. Now the stat to effect, now this is kind of nice, so we can just come and select which one of the stats we want the lab bench to work with. So let's say it helps our spell damage go up, right? Now we don't have sprites for this, so I'm just gonna select whatever. We obviously need sprites. Okay, well, the first one, that could just be the cross, right? That means there's nothing there. Okay, the values to unlock, that's 0, 10, 50, 100. Oh, no, I'm wrong. This is the cost, right? So it's 0, 10, 50, 100. This is by how much it increases the values, right? Hey Damon, how's it going, man? What are you saying here? You remember when the game was using default game objects? Now it's using ECS. I haven't used ECS. I think you are mistaken. You are thinking of some other dev that knows how to use that stuff. Okay, something like this. I don't know if this is good or bad. Again, this is a balance problem, right? Who knows if this is good or bad? But that could be the lab bench. Let's see, the massage bed. Massage bed. Can I just put a 4 there? Oh, I can. Okay, so again, the sprites, I don't have them, so let's just flip and click on whatever there is here. Just some random stuff. Yeah, what actually does the massage bed affect? So if you go for a massage, which one of these stats will be better? Your critical damage. That doesn't make any sense. Your health regen? No, that doesn't make sense. Your wisdom. You are now wiser because you went for a massage. Yeah, I'm using scriptable objects. Hey, I'm using what I understand. Well, honestly, I don't think I understand them completely, but let's just... Yes, my project folder is an absolute mess. You are correct. It is the worst kind of mess. Now, I'm definitely building one of those projects that it just becomes more work the further I get, because it gets more and more confusing and messy. I am doing spaghetti code, spaghetti file structure, project hierarchy. What else is spaghetti? There's a lot of spaghetti going on here. And it's a bit painful, but hey, this is my first game in Unity, so pain, I guess, is just part of the deal. Okay, let's just increase our luck, right? Why not? That doesn't make any sense, but I'm gonna go with it. As long as I'm not using it to send events. I thought that was a good idea. I mean, I remember somebody actually, I had this discussion, I think it was with, yeah, but that is apparently a very good way to send events because it decouples things a bit or something. I mean, I get the idea, but it seemed like you would have to make a scriptable object for each event, essentially. And that sounded like a bad idea. I don't know. I never got into it. I think I made one just to see how it worked, and then I deleted it, and I'm not using it. So, okay, what do these cost? 10, 50, 100. So, okay, so that's kind of fine. So that apparently your luck increases when you go to a massage bed. There we go. What else do we need? Lab bench, massage bed, observation chair, smithy. Okay, so the anvil. This is actually going to change your damage, I think, for now. Decoupling code is bad in most cases. Doesn't it allow you to make things more modular? I don't know what the buzzwords are, right? But I know there are some buzzwords. I think modular is one of those buzzwords. It's like modular code is the best type of code to write. I make fragile, breakable code. So whenever something is not connected or a reference to something is null, I know about it. There's an error. and I feel like if you decouple everything, things will just not work, and it will also not give you an error. Like, oh, this event doesn't have a listener and I don't know about that, or whatever. Okay, so how much is your damage going to go up? Not by 1, I don't think. Like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. It's a funny number, but anyway, it's fine. The cost will be 1, 10, 50, 100, I guess, again. You're all about per manly handshakes, yeah. That seems about what I'm doing. And then if one of the hands are not present, you just get an error. It's like, I tried to shake a hand, it's not there. Finally, a yoga mat. What is that? I think this increases your dodge chance, right? You become all nice and flexible and you can dodge stuff. Yeah, I mean, it seems like you have some experience, right? You seem like the type of guy that's talking from previous experience, not just out your ass. You've delivered some projects, eh? Like, most of what I do is I just work based on my feelings. It's like, this feels good or this feels bad. I should change it. And then sometimes it feels bad, but I'm not in the mood, so I don't change it anyway. Okay, how much should our dodge chance go up? I think 1, 2, 3 is okay, and then the cost. I mean, none of this is balanced, but whatever. Let's just do that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like scriptable objects either. They seem nice. But I already have this idea that at some point, I'm going to have to do balancing of all the little numbers that I type in to every one of these scriptable objects in 50,000 different places. Right? And what if one day I want to start tweaking these numbers? Because I want to balance the game. Like, I'd be like, I think the yoga mat should be a little bit more expensive. But that means that you won't get as much dodge chance. So maybe I should increase the amount of dodge you gain from leveling up instead. And then you're like, yeah. You have to go jump through all the different scriptable objects to find every time you do something with dodge chance. Yeah, that's going to feel bad. I kind of just want a spreadsheet, and then I want, like, on the one side, dodge chance, and then all the items and things that affect it at the top, and I can go through and I can fiddle with all the numbers at the same time, plug it back into my project, and it's like, good, balanced. But Yeah, okay, JSON. That's pretty much the same thing, right? JSON is a fancy text file. It's a formatted text file. Yeah, I believe you can just take like a CSV and convert it to JSON, right? So if I wanted, it's just I'm too far gone. That sounds like a lot of refactoring of code, which I might be forced to do eventually, but I'm not forced to do it right now. So, okay, let's just go to our rooms and make sure they all have the correct type of item. So you don't want a observation. You are a lab, so you need a lab bench. You are a massage clinic, so you need a massage bed. You are a smithy, which means you need an anvil. And you are a yoga studio, which means you need... Oh no, what did I do? Yoga studio needs a yoga mat. You can load and work with 100,000 files with JSON. Yeah, I'm doing scriptable objects inside a scriptable object, okay? It's too late for me. Okay. Yeah, no, I already realized that I didn't need to do that at some point. But it was too late again, so here we are. Here we are. Let's just see if this works. It should just work. That's at least the theory. Okay, so we have all our little colorful things that we can click on. Oh wait, we need money first. Okay, let's just go kill a few. Let's go mug a couple of lizards. Mug them for their cash. Give me your money. Get mugged. There we go. We got some cash. Now we can unlock a room. So let's see. If I unlock the yoga studio. Yeah, if I click on the shop. Upgrade. Okay, so that, I guess, since I don't have proper sprites, I just have to guess that that is in fact the correct piece of furniture. That is a yoga mat, right? Center.1 decal. Yeah, I believe so. You're only roasting me so it gets stuck in my head. Yeah, you might get me to change sooner because you roasted me. Or I just keep on going down this track and then I learn from the pain. I'm already learning from the pain, don't worry about that. I made some very questionable decisions in building this this room system already, which I'm not very happy about, but again, it's too late now. Yeah, but this doesn't look. This works at least, right? So we can open the shop and we can unlock the furniture for these other ones, for instance. And now we got some nice stuff. We can put this guy in the gym and this bloke in the gym. That guy can go to the yoga studio. Yeah, so yeah, it works. And we can start the game. The game's working at least, right? That's at the end of the day, that's kind of the most important part. But it is also important that you don't make it so difficult for yourself by making bad decisions that you give up on game development halfway through, right? That's also true, isn't it? And I think that might be even more true. Because I think that's a trap people fall into. They do things terribly badly, and then the project gets too difficult to work on, so they stop working on the project entirely. Then you never get your game finished. But I don't know, I think I've done quite a bit of stuff. Like, I could almost just ship this. Oh. Yeah, I did that. So, I mean, just one similar experience I've had recently is the UI toolkit. So Unity has that project where what is that called? Dragon Crashes or whatever, where you can see how they implemented UI toolkit with a whole ebook. But I didn't. I think I was still too bad. Like, I wasn't good enough, or I didn't know enough to actually gain anything from reading that or looking at that. It was just very overwhelming. Like, I couldn't understand what I was looking at. So I'm in a weird spot where sometimes I can look at other people's code and understand what's happening, but still there are some other times where I absolutely don't know what's going on, and I kind of just I have to let it go and just do my own thing. Oh, you made a proper application in .NET. Not even with Unity. Yeah. I want to do something like that as well. That sounds pretty cool. But I only have so much time in my day. I'm already waking up at 3 a.m. in the morning just to get some game dev done. I'm definitely not going to be working on another app on the side. Even if it will benefit me like a lot. Okay, let's make these studios do something. So the furniture is set up that they can do something. Let's see if we can make them do something. So we just need to do apply room effect, right? And I think how did I do this? Oh wait, yeah, I called it from here. Didn't I? Yes, I did. I don't like this. But anyway, let's just do it that way. Exchangeable room 1 dot apply room effects. So we'll just keep all of the timers running, or the timer running in one place, and just calling those functions. Yes, I do want to customize the scroller. You mean this ugly thing over here? Okay, fine. Recompile, it's fine. The recompiling is also taking forever these days. These scrollers, right? Those ones. Yeah, I actually don't know how to customize them. Well, I think I do. It's just annoying though. I think I need to grab the CSS from the scroller, because they look very bad now. Yeah, you just get the CSS and then Bob's your uncle. Yeah, so I think if you look at any one of these rooms, so they have where's this? The shop overlay, and then they have a scroll view. Then inside the scroll view, I guess we have one of these. That's the scroller. Yeah, so I need to get these classes, or these, I need to add these selectors over here, and then I can edit them, and then they'll look better. Oh wait, you're not on Twitch. I was about to tell you, it's It's on the bottom of the screen. Yeah. So this scroller, right? And then you have these guys. Oh, we can just do that. Anyway. Let's just say scroller element. Okay, cool. Now we can edit them. Well, we can edit the basic stuff, right? The only thing, like, these scrollers have elements within elements, right? The high button, the low button, the flippin', I don't know what else. They have a bunch of... it doesn't seem to connect it, though. Okay, I see what you're saying. It won't work, right? I need to add... Yeah, so each element that I want to change, I need to add this, actually. There was a way you could double-click this or something like that. I don't know. So, but if I add a selector, I can call it the Unity scroller, right? What did this thing just do? Okay, there we go. .unity scroller. And now I can change at least this information because that is a class that it is selected to, connected to. So if I want... Yeah, if I want to change the color, for instance, of the border or something like that, I can go in here now and be like, you know, I don't like the color. I don't like the border either, so let's make the border nothing and let's make the color, I don't know, black. It's going to look bad, right? I think I can even overwrite the text. No, not the text. It doesn't have text. What's kind of annoying... No, wait, I should... Ah, damn it. I actually don't know what I just did. Doesn't look like... What did I change? Did I just change the background thing? I might have just changed the background. Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay, so we need to physically go into each of those. Let's just check something. What happens if I click preview? Nothing? Pretty much, eh? You did what? You opened a DM. A DM. There you go. Okay. It's already 8:30. I think I have to go. My wife wants to get out of here today. She wants to go do some other things at the shops. So, okay, we're getting somewhere. So we'll implement the applying the room effects. Maybe I'll do that a bit later today, and maybe I can fight with my scroll elements a little bit more. But for now, I'm happy where we got to. I think I did quite a bit of things today. So thank you for joining me, guys. But I think I'm going to head out of here. And I'll see you guys next time. Or, well, tomorrow. So have a good rest of your day or evening. Cheers.